wants to start getting value once the flop goes check, check. I would go on the chunkier side of things here. I would be betting about 400. Yeah, I like this sizing from Erwin. 500k. You could even go for pot. Quickly called. That's a terrible card for Erwin. Deuce of spades. Want to fitting Erwin's suit there. Now this is a spot where we just check and hope to win a showdown, or we could bet something extremely small, like 2 or 300k, but as a block bet. But we're just going to get called by everything that beats us. It doesn't really make that much sense. If we check and we face the bet, I think we just have to let it go. Awful river card for the 6-5, but when we call hands like that from the small blind, sub 25 bigs to start the hand, it's very tough for us to realise our equity, especially when we're out of position against an under the gun open. So a bit of a wide defend there, to say the least, from the small blind. I get it, we've already got our small blind invested. It's going to be Christmas soon. You're going to... Players didn't come here to not gamble. It's just sometimes when we call hands that are that speculative, like 6-5 suited, and we are going to get our 2-pair counterfeit from time to time. Also, when we hit a draw, we're going to be check jamming with a draw, or check raising with a draw, or just calling. But anyway, hold the phone. Forget everything. My man, Slim Donkey, is in the house. What's up, Slim Donkey? Great to have you with us for what is Action Man Dan's last stream of the year. Degenerations. Absolute degen, this Slim Donkey. Genuinely. Queen 9-5 is the flop here. Blind v blind battle. Both players with a piece of it. Miguel with the toppest of pairs. Martin with second pair. Backdoor spade. Draw working for him. Turn is the 6 of clubs. 2 pair now for Miguel. I think he just wants to bet on the chunkier side here. Something around 400. Goes for a much smaller size. River is the 3 of diamonds. And Miguel. Florian Gigi says he hears 2 Conor McGregors. Yeah, I understand from time to time there's been an echo. I'm trying to get that sorted. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Bird is in the house, flying by to say hi. What up, Bird? Nice to have you with us. Yes, Florian, maybe someday I'll just do a full stream as Conor McGregor. I think it would get pretty exhausting after a few hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Absolutely nobody. Who's bleeding Jose Aldo? All that matters is how you see yourself. As long as you look in the mirror and say, not a man alive can beat you, then that's the way it is. Get out of here. Jack 6 deuce is the flop. EQL with the sevens. Irwin missing, and Krista has some backdoors from the big blind, but is going to check, obviously. By the way, nice to see females getting so deep in tournaments. Another deep run for a female, 21 players remaining. Great to see us growing the game, getting more women involved. Mikael betting 375. Taking it down. And I have George. Are you there, George?
Can you hear me? I believe I'm back on.
I can hear you, yeah.
Fantastic.
Hello. Yeah, talk away there, George. I was asking when you were on earlier, you said you had some additional information about the players at the table that I wouldn't have.
Yeah, so I've been playing. I did have one bullet in the main event, to be honest with you, in this one. Didn't go great, but we won't talk about that. But I've played a couple of the side events this week, and I actually had the pleasure of playing on a table for quite a few hours with Irwin. And I've got to say, I do rate him very highly as a player. He played very well, held his own very well. So yeah, interested to see him play now with actually being able to see his whole cards as well, and see when he actually has it and when he was full of it, really.
Well, isn't that a great luxury you have?
Yeah, I wish I had this luxury when I'm at the table.
Yeah, but you'll have it for the next time.
Yes. Okay, I imagine, yeah, min raise here, should be defending, suited king. Easy decision.
Yeah, Jerry's going to defend. I'm just going to let you do some talking there, George, until I get this echo fixed, and then I will be back in just a few moments.
No worries. Standard C-bet here from Owen. I imagine as Jerry's connected with that board, he'd be expecting the C-bet anyway, whether Owen hit or not. So probably defend with the 3, see a turn, see if his hand improves at all. Unfortunately, he hasn't picked up any backdoor diamonds, but he's hit a piece of it. May as well see if his hand improves. Neither of them want to see that on the turn. No one is happy to see that turn card. Be interesting to see if he continues here, to see where he's at. Or if he slows down with that ace coming out. Difficult to put the big blind on an ace though, so probably worth continuing. See where he's at. I imagine we're better that size. So 350 should be. Imagine that will take it down. Let's go. Nice pick up there, Erwin. I believe he was coming into this final table, into the final day average stacked as well, so after that should be sitting happy for a bit now. Let's fold around to the button. Ten, 9 off. Might be considering making a play here, or nope, just lets it go. This could well be a walk this hand. Not that we've seen many walks, especially on a final day when blinds get to this size, but
Alright, George, I'm back.
brilliant. I doubt we're going to see a limp.
No, we still have the echo.
Still got an echo. Not ideal.
As we were saying in the chat, they don't want 2 Conor McGregors in the chat, so I'll try to get this echo sorted. Let's continue for the moment. Action Man Dan will be back momentarily.
He's just going to have to let it go. Yeah. Nico saw straight through that raise. Big old picture card in the big line. Takes it down. Here we go. Woken up with a pair on the button. Imagine you'll go 2.5, 3 bigs. 2.1. Oh, are we just going to see a defend here, or are we going to see a raise? Nope, ops not 3-bet. Just flat call. See a flop. Yeah, not really a flop either of them want to see. I'd like to see the 7s continue here. See where they're at. I don't think Owen can call in this position. He's not even got any backdoor draws. Way run a queen 10's about it. Other than that, no backdoor draws. So yeah, let's go. Have a nice little pick up for the chip leader. Here we go, ace queen of hearts from the hijack. Pretty standard, easy open. Opted for a min click. Just looking to get a call, looking to get some action. Doesn't want to buy anybody out of it too early. Yeah, unfortunately, not going to get any action with it. No one else could pick up anything, even anything remotely better than that, and the big blind would be defending there. You're getting very good pot odds from the big blind to a min raise, especially with big blind anti-tournaments like this. But for a hand that poor, still difficult to defend. Min raise with an ace on the button. Can't blame them, there's really not many hands being picked up on this table at the moment, not much going on, a lot of folding round. Pick up an ace, worth making a bit of a move, see if you can get it through. At the end of the day, with only 20 big blinds Owen sat on at the moment, he can pick up the blinds and antes. Obviously he's increasing his stack by an extra 10%. So worth it already with how big the blinds are at this point. No, it's looking like we're about to see a 3-bet from the small blind. Queen 9 suited. Big sizing on it. Has to fold. Good pick up there, saves the small blind. plus gets big blind ante and the raise. Increases the stack by another 4 bigs. Oh, we're even all in, majority of the stack, but it's going to go fold. Unfortunate couple of hands there for Owen. About 20% of his stack down. Still has plenty of big blinds left though. Okay, a minute ago, not much going on this table at the moment. Not many people picking up hands. Generally a raise seems to be taking it down. Yup, should just have called out the small blind. Wow! Jerry's picked up the kings. Picked up the cowboys, straight away raises. Takes it down. Yeah, we're seeing a few hands come out. We've got ace, queen suited, kings. Just unfortunately not seeing more than one person get hands at the same, playable hands at the same time at the moment. Still a long way to go in this final day though. Still a lot of poker to be played. And if it keeps just steadily going around like this without many chips being passed around, then the blinds are going to get to a point where people are going to have to start making moves with a bit of a wider range. So be interesting to see how this final day plays out. That's never what you want to see when you get a walk. So it's always what you have when you get a walk. You get a walk and you look down, you've always got aces, kings, ace.
Alrighty, guys. How's it going? We're back. Action Man Dan is back for the fans. I believe we have fixed the echo issue. We're having some technical difficulties over at Kings, so I think we're going to leave out George for today. But he seems like a really nice, enthusiastic character, and I'm sure we will have him back in the booth at some stage. Thank you, George, for your assistance and your help there, buddy. Are you all still with me in the chat? Bird says he hopes you understand that he cannot be here all the time. He's still at work. Keep an eye on the chat. No problem, Bird. Totally understand. Your work does not go unnoticed. It's much appreciated, and thank you very much. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, 19 players remaining. Guaranteed a minimum of €1,690. Martin on this river is going to bet 300k. And for Mikel, he's just deciding how often his sixes are going to be good here. I don't think they're going to be that good that often. Does pay the man for 3 big blinds. One of them is getting a ridiculous price. He blocks them straight, even though it's a pair board. Irwin is all in for 14 bigs from the button. 8-5 off suit, and Mikel with a very callable ace-10 here. Wants to just be rejamming. Yes, it is a significant portion of his stack, but not going to get much better opportunities than this. Would be a big mistake to let this one go. Going to be crushing the jamming range. Sub 15 bigs from the button here of Irwin. That just shows the power of the jam. Irwin getting superior hand to fold. Misty in the house says, good afternoon. How are my favorite commentators doing? Just back to Action Man Dan now. Having some technical difficulties over Kings, so George has stepped out. And I'm actually very good, Red Misty. This is my last day of the year. Yeah, Red Misty, I've got an exam tomorrow. I've just my theory test, which might seem really easy for other people to drive in theory test. I want to learn how to drive. I'm going to be 34. It's amazing that poker players seem to always be the last ones to learn how to drive, especially if they don't have to drive to a place like King's. It seems like everyone just hops in their car and drives 7 hours to this fantastic resort. But I just spent most of my time since I've been 17 behind a computer. I never really needed a car. I do want to learn now, especially if I'm going to be going to Kings more often. So Red Misty made me feel way better there. He says, haha, just passed my test in 54. You know what? That makes me so happy. Um, it's just the theory. There's just so many questions. I just think I had a lot on my mind lately, so it should be easy. But basically what I'm trying to say is it's my birthday on Wednesday, or Thursday actually. Once I get the stream out of the way, and then I get my exam out of the way tomorrow, and I have one other thing I have to do, then I will be really relaxed and calm, and I'm out of the booth for nearly a month. So I'm really looking forward to it. I haven't had a drink of alcohol since I think it was the 19th of November. So I'm just about a month. So I'm looking forward to having a glass of wine or going for a nice meal or doing something good. I'm going to try stay away from getting loads and loads of beer because I'm so sick of just piling on the pounds. So I'm going to try my best to keep the weight off as I lose it. I've been training a good bit, but you're only as good as your last piss is what I always say. When I come back then, and then all the Christmas festivities, the pudding, every carbohydrate you can think of. So it's going to be a constant battle, but I am determined not to let myself slip too much, but I'm looking forward to relaxing. So I hope that answers your question. I just want to get this exam done and dusted. Picking up the action here on the turn with a million in the pot after ranting and raving. Yeah, I'm going to enjoy my birthday for sure, Red Misty. Like I said, I just got so sick there with the bronchitis and other things, shaking like a leaf. I just honestly scared to have a relapse and end up sick. I've been bedridden the last 2 years in a row. I caught COVID on Christmas Eve last year, and I caught COVID on Christmas Day the year before. So this will be my third year in a row to get bedridden for Christmas. I just really don't want that to happen because then I'd be like Ferris Bueller, wouldn't I? This must save Ferris. Jerry betting 425 here. 18 players remaining now. That means we will have a redraw when 16 players remain. I had to lock myself in the room for 7 days the last 2 years, starting from Christmas Day. Like it wasn't good. Couldn't even taste my dinner. Nothing. So I would just be really, really upset with myself if that happened the third year in a row. And I'm actually planning on playing some live poker, and I want to go DJing. Didier asked, what about the ace 10 off to fold? Yeah, I said it was way, way too tight. I thought I addressed that. I thought that was ludicrous. If you want to know the truth, you really do want to gamble for 50% of your stack. See, people are thinking, oh, he's going to do this with ace jack and ace queen and ace king, but what you should be doing from the button there is raise calling. So if that eliminates a lot of combinations of ace jack, ace queen, ace king, Then ace 10 becomes a print because we're going to be beating hands like jack 10 suited, queen 10 suited, king 10 suited, maybe even the offsuit combinations, and then stuff like 9-10 suited. I mean, you're going to be flipping against all the small pairs, and then let's put in the other side of the range is like that ace deuce, the ace 5 offsuit. It's just a no-brainer, as Alan would say. I just think it's way too good of a hand. I can understand if someone wants to pass like an ace 6, ace 7, ace 8. I think ace 9 and ace 10, especially ace 10, we just got to go. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, this pot nearly 2 million now. I'm getting lost in translation. Miguel is going to bluff at it, and I actually think this is a nice sizing. He's picked almost half of his remaining chips. You can see it doesn't matter. Jerry not going to be able to do anything here. Blinds are up again. 60k is the small blind. 120k is the big blind with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. Christie's says, hi all. Hello, Christie's. 17 players remaining now, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. That means we are one elimination away from the crucial redraw. Once 16 players remain, we will go on a break and come back with 2 tables of 8 From there, we will play down to the final table of the Dutch Classics. This is the final day. This is the King's Resort live from Rosvedov if you are tuning in. And this is Action Man Dan as your broadcaster for the final stream of the year. 450 is the bet from Nico here on the turn. I think I prefer to just check in Nico's shoes. Yes, he can deny his opponent equity if he gets him to fold here and now. But with a spade in our hand, I think this is just a natural check back on the turn. Unless he feels like he can get a weak 10 to call or some draws, etc., which actually is the case. This pot now almost 2 million as we hit the river. With 17 remaining, by the way, the current payout is €1,935. Jerry checks. Nico is just going to check it back. Would have been a sick move if Nico bet there and Jerry decided to turn his hand into a bluff and rep some of that nut flush. Martin is going to raise here with a sexy looking King Queen of Hearts from under the gun. Off just over 30 bigs to start the hand. Down the blind to Nantes. Straight here for Miguel on the turn. Really nice turn card for his hand. Martin having a lot of backdoors, but that's not one of them. And he'd be forced to just let this go. And I believe we've had an elimination on one of the outer tables, and that means we are going on a break for the guts of 20 minutes. I'm going to get some steak and eggs. Get all juiced up for what's set to be an action-packed affair as we will play down to a winner and crown yet another champion from the King's Resort live from Rosvedov tonight. It's the Dutch Classics final day. We'll be right back.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Yeah.
Slyší baru, přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. You'll viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Melika.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look.
If Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's over? I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elke
It
taking a
doesn't
peek
matter
at the
what she
Cowboys.
has. I'm behind. I'm behind.
It does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm
She
behind.
could be doing it with Ace King,
You all in, right?
but you're right.
Fold.
Probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
Because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there.
more.
Let's take seven.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was a very immediate interaction.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh wow.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
5. Nice one, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first
Or 2 times.
half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Just one jack.
Button for Austin.
Five of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here,
You.
I know it's
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice without folding an ace.
nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Pull
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her
1,000 I would have called.
kings there,
Very good fold.
and how Rob would act.
Chat absolutely in love with Ting Sai, playing well. Content creator out in Taiwan for Six Poker.
Shout out Six Poker.
Poodle, by the way, has been V-pipping a little harder than the remainder of the field. No cause for alarm. Volkov simply dropped a few chips. Wasn't actually looking to get involved with 6-3 off. Sammartino. Diamonds are smothered. Has really his morale.
Yeah, it's been a rough level. Very rough level. Started with around 55 bigs, dropped down to 29. Potentially going to pick some up here. But yeah, losing 20 blinds in any level is rough, especially with a clock like this and a structure like this.
Top pair for Sammartino against the two overs in the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, all of which come together for a 280k c-bet out of Poodle. Let's see if Dario wants to make noise. For now, just a flat. 10s and 7s, though, on the turn as it goes from gut shot to double gut shot for Poodle and from one pair to two for Dario Sammartino.
That's a very spicy turn card. The fact that Poodle still has 8 outs here. It's pretty wild. 1.1 million out there. Potential lead card for Dario would be unorthodox. but honestly don't mind it. I mean, if it's a turn card that you think your opponent's going to check back a decent amount of the time, yeah, reaching for chips.
A lead of 225, and now with the double gutter and the 2 overs at this price, Poodle could certainly be retained. So another 450 sliding in, and
no.
the Queen of Hearts, the Devastator for Sammartino. Backdoor hearts on the board.
Yeah, really, the only saving grace is that it does complete the flush. Had a non-heart queen rolled off. Really could have been showers. Still expect Sammartino to lose a lot of chips here.
Yeah. He's only got 2.4 back. 1.5 SPR. Note that he's found the check.
Which is incredible, by the way.
Yeah, and will he be able to find a fold in the face of sizing from Poodle, which we expect to be meaningful?
I'm not sure. I think Poodle's going to have some very natural bluffs here. Some ace-jack type holdings. I don't think queen-jack, jack-10 or jacks ever turn themselves into a bluff. That doesn't really make much sense. It has so much showdown. But there certainly are bluffs in there. Ace-9 with a heart, I don't think so. I don't even know if Poodle's opening ace-9-0 from under the gun. He could potentially value own himself with a hand like kings with a heart, aces with a heart. It's 1.3 into 1.6, more than half of Dario's stack. And we were just talking about the chance for him to head into break and just shake things off, come back with 30 bigs. It's looking likely to be sub 15. This would be a world-class fold, given how this hand's played out. It's made the call, Ali. 4.2 million chip pot for Poodle. And you just see it go from bad to worse for the Italian.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Oh, baby. Ace of hearts. Lupu makes the stones. Yo Viral down 10, Elkie down 18, Paul up a little bit, John up 33.3. I tell you what, guys and girls, I've been unbelievably impressed with my boy John. Played so well. So yeah, quite the opposite with Viral. He was moving, then stopped every single moment. Yeah. The opposite indeed. 4 ways to the flop. Jack 4 of hearts for Jonathan. His good night could be incinerated if a heart rolls off. And the reason for that is that Lupu is in there with a better flush draw. Jufers is in there with second pair. He actually has the best hand right now. But something tells me we're going to see fireworks. To the turn. Oh, Jonathan hadn't called. He's called now. I feel a sneeze coming on. It's been tickling my nose for the last minute or so. Oh, baby. Ace of hearts. Lupu makes the stones, the nizzles, the unbeatables. And Jonathan's not going to waste any time. He's just going to lead out. He's going to lead right out there. 6.1k is the bet. Jonathan with the third nuts. Lupu with the absolute nuts. Corey Mo says, watching your podcast right now, love it. Pause it as you've done, because this is action here. Unbelievable. Lupu's gonna just call. Can he get a clean river? It's the three. I thought it was the three of hearts for a second there. It's the three of diamonds. Jonathan is loving this spot. He is loving the brick on the river, and Lupu now looks like he wants to lead out. He's check called the turn, and it looks like he wants to lead out. If he could see the cards, he would check. He doesn't have the luxury that I have. Come on, Lupu, check it on over. Jonathan seems like a lovely guy, but I'm rooting for Lupu here. He is reaching. That's about 9. That's about 14. That's about 15. He's been absolutely snapped. Looks to be about 15,000 euros. 14,000, absolutely snapped. 53,000 euros. 53.5. Going the way of Lupu. And if he could see the cards, he'll be kicking himself he didn't check raise, but still a very, very nice value bet. Harry Dunk says that Henry wishes.
On est bien protégé ici. On est bien protégé. Franchement, je voulais partir par là, je suis tombé sur eux. Je dis what? C'était magnifique. S'il te plaît, du coup. Je suis debout encore. Respect. Pense à ses genoux.
Once again, looking like we're going 17 ways to the flop here, guys and girls. I'm noticing a trend. Yeah, Henry is in the cash game streets playing some PLO. Lupu has aces. Lupu has the aces. He has made it 4K to go. Jonathan with ace 10 also. He's the only caller. Jonathan gonna have to get unbelievably lucky here. If only he knew how much trouble he was in. Queen 8-5, not the flop that Jonathan was looking for. Really clean flop for the aces here. Expect to see a bet from Lupu. Yeah, looks good. Small bet, looks good to me. Jonathan, complete wiffle ball. He did float earlier on King 8 with Queen High. And it looks like he's going to float again. I'm going to try and take this away on future streets or improve his hand. 5 of hearts on the turn. No help to Jonathan. Really nice card for Lupu. He also blocks ace-5 suited. Only one combo of that beats him. Jonathan, of course, capable of having 5-4 and 6-5 suited. And also pocket 8s, but a lot of Queen X, a lot of flush draws, a lot of value for Lupu to extract here. So I like the decision to bet. I don't love the size. Let's see what he's bet. He's bet 7,400. I'd like to see him go a little bigger, something like 9,500, and shove the river. Sorry, no. If his opponent calls, the SPR is going to be very nice for a river jam. I really like this bet size. And Jonathan doesn't want to fold just yet.
Oh my god.
Didn't realize Thor's hammer could rearrange decks of cards. LOL. I don't know this guy, but I like this guy. He has got heart. Oh no!
C'était un vieux bluff pourri. Bien joué. Bien joué. Si un carreau à la rivière, je gagne. C'était un vieux bluff pourri. Bien joué. Il a pas d'or en fait. Un carreau à la rivière, je gagne. Un 6. Bien joué.
Jonathan with 0%.
Je t'ai dit, tu aurais trouvé grand chose. Good game. C'est bon.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. 0%. At least he's got a plate of fruit though. We have a non-believer in aisle 3. Yeah, clean up in aisle 3 now. At least he's got that plate of fruit. The dinner is on Lupu. Lupu, the biggest loser last night, off to a tough start so far. Besting the ace-10 of Jonathan. Jonathan with a stone-cold bluff.
Alrighty, folks, I'm back. Never fear, Action Man Dan is here. Small blind is 60k, big blind 120k with 120k. Big blind running ante. That's 60, 120, 120. Average stack just over 4 million now, and I don't believe who's at the table. Mephisto. This guy runs deeper in more events at Kings. It's incredible. And if you're wondering why I'm slightly out of breath, I had to run after the postman to make sure I got my package. I was trying to cook steak and eggs and missed the doorbell. I had to go running after him down the street in my socks. I got there in the end and got back as quick as I could. If you were just tuning in, you were watching the Dutch Classics. This is the final day. Final day, my final stream of the year. I feel like I should be more giddy as a schoolgirl, but just calm and collected. I have this exam tomorrow. 16 players remaining now. All guaranteed the guts of $2,000 at this stage, but we don't want to give you that. They are playing for the first prize of €44,400. This is all happening live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I know you've been watching the EPT all last week. It was incredible. A fellow countryman, Pádraig O'Neill, putting on a clinic, winning over €1 million and becoming the first ever player from Ireland to win a European Poker Tour. Ecstatic for him. I can't say it enough how well he played. He played phenomenal. His awareness and acknowledgement of certain stack sizes and his acceptance of where he was in the tournament was just stellar. Tremendous. But now we are no longer in Prague at the Hilton. We are back in Rosvedov. So yes, all of this is happening live from Rosvedov. Slim Donkey says, steak and eggs. Yeah, I think trying to get back in time there, Slim Donkey, and I think I might have a large lump of steak still lodged in my throat, but it was absolutely delicious, yes. I did not have any chips because I'm trying to stay away from carbohydrates at the moment. I love chips with steak and eggs, of course. Steak, eggs, and chips could be the greatest meal of all time. If there was a goat meal, I think that would be mine anyway. Just a bit of everything. And yeah, you need a nice sauce with it. Although, if you cook your steak to perfection, you've got a lovely little pan sauce to work with. Anyway, let's see what pan sauce is being worked with at this table. Sur la table. 1.4 million in the pot on the deuce 4. Nazar betting 350 from the big blind. And this looks like it's going to get the job done. And he does take it down. Now, like I said already, but I'm going to say it again. There's 16 players remaining. A lot of these remaining players won't have played for this kind of money before. And it's an unbelievable opportunity to bring back a hell of a lot of gold to your loved ones for Christmas. So the pressure is on. And it will make some players play a lot more cagey than others. The lads or ladies remaining that have a lot of experience behind them, you will see them amp up their game, be more aggressive as they should be. It's a golden opportunity to just keep taking down the blinds and antes and keep applying the pressure to these cagier players as we get closer and closer to the Dutch Classics final table. We always enjoy this event. It never seems to be too long-winded. I won't count my chickens before they hatch, but there's a lot of action to call. Very fast-paced. Lovely number of entries, 1,316. I know I seen a statistic the other day that over 1,000 tournaments take place in Kings per calendar year. which is just incredible stuff. If you want to find out additional information about the resort or buy some merchandise, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com and find out all the additional information over there. And bid, I'm just going to call him bid. Seems a lot easier than trying to pronounce that full name. Bija. Take that one down. Mal says, afternoon all. Great stream, Dan. Yeah, we're just getting started here. Bit of excitement in the air this close to Christmas. As I keep saying, it's the last stream of the year. What a year it's been. Some of my highlights, of course, would be going over to Rosvedov for the World Series of Poker Europe. And actually, since I've got this two screens in my room now as well, in the office, I've just been watching so much live poker. It's crazy. I've been watching all the stuff from America, the World Series of Poker, the Paradise one, catching up with things that were happening at the King's Resort, and also watching the EPT. I had live poker coming out through my eyeballs, watching Pádraig O'Neill play heads up for an EPT title last night for 5 hours. It was unbelievable scenes. I think maybe has me a little distracted today, almost just thinking about how well he done. I cannot believe Mephisto is still here. I don't know exactly how much chips he has, but in for a penny, in for a pound. In for a penny, in for a pounding. Erwin is all in from the small blind with ace jack of spades, and Yuri is going to call him off in the big standard stuff. Just shy of 3 million in this pot. Erwin 71% to survive, but that's not a good flop for him to survive. King in the window, the king of kings, king 6-3. Turn is a 4. Erwin needing an ace on this river, or he will be eliminated in 16th place. And he has been eliminated. Bird said, how did the heads up end yesterday? Did someone watch the drama until the end? I seen you in the chat, Bird. I just, I was actually lying down watching it on the monitors because I thought I'd be doing the stream on it, and I had invested interest considering he's from Ireland and I know him. He played amazingly well, I thought. Just, no matter how many times he was down and out, he just didn't let it affect him. And people were saying like he played on the more passive side of things, but if your opponent is doing a lot of the aggression for you, there's no reason for you to change your strategy. If something's working for him, yes, he got very lucky in a couple of spots. As you all know, that's what it takes to win tournaments, but it's just his composure and how well he adjusted I was watching it for 5 days straight, and I still have a few hands to catch up on the last day because I was trying to study for this bloody driver's theory test tomorrow. But he just impressed me time and time again. So I don't know what the drama was in the end that you're referring to. I think the drama was that they didn't do a deal for €400,000 in the difference. And Keita should be kicking himself that he didn't, because they would have got an extra 200 each, and perhaps the heads-up battle wouldn't have took 5 hours. The only other person from Ireland to ever win an EPT is Steve O'Dwyer, and let's be clear about this. He's not Irish. I mean, he has an Irish passport, but he's clearly from America. So, elated for Pádraig O'Neill. Smidge, as we call him in Ireland. One for the good guys. One of the nicest guys you'd ever meet in poker. Very quiet, calm character. He won't let a result like that go to his head. He'll be back in the lab within a week, studying spot. Guy's just a beast, in the best sense of the word. So, 14 players remaining. We'll concentrate on what's in front of us here. But I knew from somebody in the chat, I seen you in the EPT chat on the King's channel the last week or so, so I thought I'd mention that for sure. I could see some of the similar names. Nazar and the hijack here with Jack 10 off suit. He's going to open it up. 300k to go. Current payout at the moment is €2,180. And hearts for the Jack 6. Nazar and a good shot, straight draw. The nut says that Mephisto is always going deep. That's exactly what I said, yeah. He's always skulking around. His face just appears out of nowhere. What a man. What a player. So many results at King's Resort. He's one of them guys as well that I'm always mentioning, like a top 5 GOAT. Or a top 5 GOAT that I would have been commentating on over the last, it's fast approaching 2 years, well, 18 months or so. And a man like Mephisto is always dangerous, but you give him a stack in something like this, where I have mentioned several times that players won't have played for this kind of money before. He's going to do damage, especially with 4 tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year up for grabs also. Not just the prize pool to worry about. Ace King here for Martin. I'm going to shove over the top of Nico. And this is quite a large jam. It's for over 30 bigs, 33 big blinds. You love when I say 33. 33 and a third. It is about that much. Roughly speaking. Roughly speaking. It's quite a large jam. I would prefer to 3-bet call it off with that much chips, but I understand it. Doesn't want to take any risks. Nico forced to let his hand go. It's just with a hand as strong as Ace King. We want to make a small 3-bet there. Potentially get weaker hands to call, and we're going to be in position. Mephisto getting involved, and he does have a decent stack to work with here. 40 bigs to start the hand. Sully in the small blind. Ace, queen of clubs. Bid in between the two, bumping it up to 450. I'm not sure what we do here for Sully. This is a difficult enough spot. Based on the fact that he has 42 big blinds and he's out of position. He could just call. I actually personally like squeezing here to about 1.5 million. And if we're not going to do that, then we could just jam, even though it seems like a lot. This little click back, I don't like. It's way too small. We're out of position, and we either just want to take this down pre. We don't really want to see a flop. He has gone for the option to just call for just shy of 500,000 more. So this pot now 2.2 million already as we see the flop. Bid hoping to flop a 3. Instead it's Jack 7, 8, 2 clubs. Sully betting 1.1 million. Certainly not committing himself, but it looks like quite a strong bet on this board. Bid just trying to get a read, but although he does have over 10 million chips before the start of this hand, and it is a huge stack, he won't be continuing with pocket trees. That's a nice pickup there for Sully, although I feel like he should make it a larger sizing out of position. I think, and I know. Ayla says Sully was scared. He had a big tell there. He was also shaking. Well, he couldn't continue there with trees anyway. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Just you have to remember, although I said I would like if he made it bigger out of position, he also looks extremely strong when he three bets to that small sizing. Skynuts asks, is Fabien Baldelli still in the other table? I can't tell you for sure, Sky, but he was on the feature table at the start of the day. That's all I know. And this is just going to be an all-in a call with the ace-king. Both players will be quite happy to see that they have the same hand, I would imagine. Obviously, you could be up against an ace-queen type holding or an ace-jack suited, but unlikely when the action has gone like this. Well, nothing for either player to worry about, and this hand will just go to Splitsville. We've got 2 tables of 7, which is important to note because as we get shorter and shorter handed, the bigger stacks should be pounding on the shorter ones. As I've already said, shorter handed. As we get shorter handed, less players at the table, we want to be opening more. I didn't mean, well, I did mean shorter handed and shorter stacks. Jeez, rambling on today. Ramble on. Let me know how you are all feeling throughout the day in the chat. I know you are probably at work and whatnot, but nice to have a bit of hype going on in the chat for the last stream of the year for me. And Alias, am I saying that right? I obviously have seen your name countless times in the chat. It's just kind of eluding me today. It says he's feeling great. One Friday night, the first tournament of the new Christmas series on GG, $3,400. Congratulations! That's a really nice win. Lovely wage. The wages coming in Christmas. Like hearing stories like that. It's a nice touch, especially now we're just 7 days away from Christmas Day. Azar making a 350 to go. Mephisto defending with the 10-9 of clubs. Flop coming queen, queen, 4. Turn is the 9 of spades. €13 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €2,425. Mephisto catching a piece of this on the turn. Fisto will come along for the ride. 475 on the turn. This pot getting close to 2 million now as we hit the river. Nazar, standard stuff so far, wants to be barreling that turn. Nice river for Mephisto. Just deciding whether he wants to lead, to try to get thin value from a worse pair, or just check. His opponent can have a queen, of course. And for Nazar, this is a difficult one to try get maybe a 4 to fold or a 9 to fold. Very unlikely. Can get some ace highs to fold. Does block kings or jacks, although that's not really a consideration here, considering Mephisto just called from the big blind. If we're going to load up here, we want to bet at least 800k, something around that area. I would say more, like 1.2 plus, but those try to target that ace high type holding. And then actually, the more I think about it, to try get an ace high type holding to fold is bet around 800. Goes for 700. And Mephisto is just going to snap this one off. And now Mephisto going to be playing over 6 million. Griffey Power says the overlay is faster than the video. It's pretty annoying. Well, King's production team go above and beyond. And when I seen it in the flesh, it was even more stunning than I had originally thought. So much money, time, effort, and energy go into this stream. You'd be helping me. You'd be helping the channel. If you want to get rid of those pesky ads, pay a $5 for the subscription. That goes for everyone. What's €5 a month? Nothing. You wouldn't even get half a box of fags in Ireland for €5. Cigarettes being what I'm on about. You wouldn't even get a pint anymore for €5. So if you want to support the channel, click that like and subscribe button for €5. You can think of worse purchases this time of the year. Nico raising to 330 with ace king of hearts under the gun. Mid going to call ace 10 off suit, and it's going to bring Sully along for the ride with king queen of diamonds. Three-way action to the flop. 1.15 million in the middle. Blinds have just gone up as well, folks. Small blind is 80k. Big blind 160k with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160. Queen 10-9 is the flop. Action flop. Nico with ace king hearts here. Sully with top pair. Bid with a little piece of it, but very inferior compared to the big blinds holding and the under the gun range. Nico is all in over the top here after Sully has raised to 600k. This is the problem when you raise like this. Now he's faced. When you bet like this, never mind a raise. You get stuffed on immediately. At least he got his information, but I don't think he can be calling this one off. There's just too many hands to beat us, and it's under the gun range. So he does have top pair and a good shot straight draw, but there's two hearts on board. Loses to tens, nines, aces, kings. Ace king of hearts is not too pretty to be against. We block our opponent having queens significantly, but it doesn't mean that it's not possible from time to time. Also straights. There's just too many hands to beat us here. Two pairs. Well, he does eventually let it go. Nice pickup for Nico, uncontested, although he wouldn't have minded a call. Prefer to just take it contested, though. It is going to bet 375 on the Jack 7. Mephisto just deciding what way he wants to continue here. Looks like with no hearts in hand, not the greatest of calls here, but you might just think he's ahead enough at the time. No, decides to let it go. That's good, disciplined lay down there from Mephisto. Coyote says, how about some table noise so we don't have dead air? Well, I don't see anyone else complaining. I'm sure you can hear the table sounds. I can hear them totally fine. Maybe turn them up slightly. You got to let people make their decisions and then commentate on them sometimes, you know. I'll be talking every single second of the stream, sir. But thank you for your comment. Average stack is now over 5 million with 13 players remaining. Yuri with them in from early position. Sully going to call on the button with King Jack off suit. I'm fine with Sully's call here. He could have also elected to 3-bet, but because it's an early position raise, I think I would actually prefer to 3-bet the King Jack offsuit and call with the King Jack suited. And as for nines in the big blind, I think this is just going to be printing as a jam. And he does do just that. Denmo242 says, hello, everybody. Hello, Denmo. Finds an antes, taken down by bid. Here's an update of the chip counts. Bid is from the 66 bigs, a massive stack of over 10 million. Mephisto in second place with 39 big blinds. Nico with 34 bigs is in third place. Sully in fourth place with 31 bigs. Martin with 26 bigs is in fifth. Lazar, 22 big blinds. And our shortest stack at this featured table is Not So Short, playing 20 bigs. Still 13 players remaining, which means we are 4 eliminations away from the final table. Bird, did you say I was gone? Or are you talking to someone else? Because I've been talking all this time, so I don't really understand. Always let me know. I'll refresh the page, etc. It's been a weird day in terms of technical difficulties. We do our best. We can't control the weather. For how long now? Could you not hear anything? I have been talking all this time and both of my mics are on. My apologies. Definitely not on my end. I will refresh the page just in case. Or it says maybe too much talking. Always too much talking, yeah. I'll refresh the page there now. We should be golden. Always golden, rarely folding. Sully under the gun. Queen, Jack of Hearts. Mephisto with the goods here. This is a dangerous time and a dangerous man to be giving aces to. Sully with the Queen, Jack of Hearts, and Yuri with the 6-8 of Hearts. Mephisto just wants to squeeze this one. Squeeze me, honey, honey, squeeze me. I would make it about 1.3 million here, although that seems like it might just be a little bit too big. Definitely wants to make it at least a million, especially when it's an under the gun open and a call on the button. I think 1.3 million sounds lovely, but just a million on top, maybe it's just a bit too big. Let's see what he comes with. It looks about what I said. $1.12. Close to it. A big blind off. And for Sully, he's in a world of hurt here, but he might want to see a flop. 790 more. Fisto will take that one down. Now playing 7 million. Yuri from the cutoff is just going to rip with ace-9 of clubs. Just going to take that one down and add those chips to his stack. Bird asked me, where is George? George of the Jungle had some technical difficulties, and when we fixed my echo, we swapped over, and that's all I can tell you at this time. The echo was fixed, and they were having technical difficulties at the Kings itself in the commentary booth, so therefore I just took over, and we're going to pick up the action here. Turns to 6 of clubs. Sully with jacks. Interesting river with 1.7 million in this pot. Nico hitting the straight. It's not a great board for the jacks now. And if I'm betting on Nico, I'm going to bet under a mil. Does bet under a mil. Gets quickly called by Sully. Disgusting river, really. If you're in Sully's shoes, nothing he can do. He will survive with 16 bigs going forward. 13 players still remaining. Mephisto. Jack 10 off suit. Mephisto's at it again. Like I said, the better players are going to start opening up their game. There's now 12 players remaining, 2 tables of 6, 3 eliminations away from the final table. There is chips there for the taking, and a man of Mephisto's caliber is going to seize every opportunity to take down those blinds and antes at the very least. Mephisto, the best hand here on the turn, is going to check a second time. River is the Queen of Hearts. Mephisto will just take this one down and keeps accumulating. So there is a page of blooming between 12th and 11th place. The difference is from €2,425 to €2,700. Trips for Martin. Blind v blind battle. Mephisto with a piece of it has a good shot straight draw. 2 overcards on the 8-7-7. I think we will just see Mephisto call. Burn is the king of hearts. No help to Mephisto. Martin probably wants to get additional value here, wants to bet about half pot. Goes for 350. Martin is going to call, or Mephisto is going to call a second time. River is the 8 of clubs, 1.6 million in the pot. Martin's not going to like that river. Field has lost one more player, so 11 players remaining now. Mephisto realizing his opponent probably doesn't have like an ace high type holding. Could be easily up against a 7. An 8 would most likely bet again. It's a weird one because an 8 would check on the turn. Really, his opponent has to have a 7 or a bluff. Unless they're trying to get additional value from ace high, which is very unlikely. So Mephisto deciding there's better spots. Just check back on the double pair board. Not going to risk it. Nazar raising with the aces here from the cutoff. Mephisto with a very three-bettable ace, queen off suit from the small blind. Mephisto is really good at reading people and situations. It wouldn't shock me if Nazar had more chips than Mephisto would just call from the small, but he's got to risk it for a chocolate biscuit here. He's just going to have to 3-bet call it off. That's why he doesn't need to go too small. Show that he's committing himself to Nazar's stack, which I believe he is going to do. I've seen Mephisto make some bizarrely tight folds in the past and bizarrely loose calls. So let's just see how he reads this. Now, Nazar most likely just goes it all in over the top because if he calls, it's pretty much a dead giveaway. Having said that, he's got good odds. 780, 1.9 already out there. Fisto hates this. 13 bigs more to call. I wouldn't be shocked if he just decided to fold, but no, price is going to be too good. We'll call it off. Ten nine deuce is the flop. Nazar looking good now. If he wasn't before, Nazar will get a chunky double up. Really nice timing there for Nazar. Khalidi now playing 6.5 million. Mephisto back down under 4 mil. So just 2 eliminations away from the FT. Sully taking it down. Anytime you can scoop the blinds and antes this close to the final table to be advantageous even. Mephisto staying active in the hijack. Ace-8 of diamonds. Nazar is going to defend with 6-3 of clubs. Flop goes check, check. Queen 10-7. Earns the 7 of spades. Nazar checks again. Mephisto probably just wants to get the showdown at this point. Also, could get 10 value from a draw. You can also deny equity. That's a raise from Nazar. This guy is a bit of a rascal. I wasn't expecting to see this. This doesn't make much sense to me. Yes, we could check raise a 7 some of the time. Surely a queen or a 10. 10 wouldn't raise. And a queen, unlikely. So he's just saying he has a 7 here. Or a very strong hand. And I'm not really buying it. Now, if Nazar loads up and fires again, I don't believe he has a 10. I don't believe he has a queen because it's now a double pair board. So he's saying he has a 7. Interesting to see what happens on this river with 2 million already in the pot. Mephisto with the best hand, ace high. And if Nazar wants to pull the trigger here as a bluff, he doesn't want to go too small and give ace high a great price to call. That's exactly what he's done. Mephisto getting 4-1 immediate on his call. So he only needs to be good about 1 in 5 times here. Mephisto picks him off. Wrong guy to be trying to bluff. Nazar shakes his head, but if you want to get Mephisto to fold an ace high type holding, wants to be betting close to pot there on the river. Big blind against the button here. Nico with ace-8. 10-6-7 is the flop. Martin with the best of it. Nico with a straight draw. Code is ace-high. Martin loading up here. Turning his hand into a bluff. I don't think he thinks he's going to get called by worse here. Try to get a 10 to fold or a 9 perhaps. Be an over pair. Nico gonna raise. And that's going to be the end of that. Unless Martin decides to rebluff. And Bird says he doesn't like the raise. Who would call? Yeah, I think he should just... It's very unlikely he's going to get called by better when he raises. It's a good point. Bird makes another good point. He says a hand that will call would even raise a flush, a better straight. Yeah, you're just leaving the door open. Is very well said, Bird. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 100k. Big blind is now 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Nazar going to min raise with the queen deuce of spades. Mephisto going to call in the big with 10-8 off suit. Jack 9-4 is the flop. Nazar going to bet here on the turn. And for Mephisto, I don't think he's going to be going anywhere with a pair and an open-ender. Nazar showing a propensity to be a bluffer, a little bit of a rascal. River is the queen of clubs, giving the best hand to Mephisto with the straight. Is Mephisto going to try get some tin value here, or would he be better off checking to induce a bluff against a guy like Nazar and out of position? I think if I'm Mephisto, I just check and hopefully get a bet out Nazar. It's all player dependent, but I think on this occasion that's his best course of action. Again, he doesn't want to lose out on value from all those two pairs like Jack nines, nines, eights, Queen nines, Queen jacks, etc. So he does go for a small sizing. Maybe sometimes this will induce a raise as a bluff. It looks like Nazar is going to pay him off as chips in hand. We'll say goodbye to that 425. That's the difference here, folks. Mephisto knows how to get tin value in these spots where other players would just check. Really well played by Mephisto, and he is now playing 7.6 million. Sully with the Kings of Kings, raising the 575 from under the gun. Martin going to call on the button with pocket sixes and bid. In for a penny, in for a pound, and is going to come along in the big blind for 375, a queen six off suit. Not a great combo here for the big blind, even if he was getting great odds to see a flop. King Jack 3 is the flop set for Sully. Goes for a sneaky check. All players checking. We'll see the turn. Turn is the 8 of hearts. What's going on here? Multi-way action. Nazar calling from the hijack. Under the gun from Nico. Because we're short-handed now, I actually would prefer for Nazar to just rejam pre. A lot of juice out there for the taking. Keep the juice loose. Bid with the best of it here on the 966 paired board. 1.6 million in the pot. Goes check. No. Nico is going to try buy this with a very small bet. Don't mind this on the paired board. And Nazar, I don't even know. Just decides to let it go. I'm saying, yeah, it's just not a great spot to be in with the ace queen, even though it is a paired board. I probably still see a turn card because we've got a very strong hand in the ace queen. I would way prefer just to rejam pre, as aforementioned. Bid is just going to shove it on him now. Well, this is a crazy large raise there. That is massive. Massive jam there by Bid. That is for so many chips. That's for the guts of 40 bigs there. 35, 36, 37 big blinds over a 325 bet. All you can eat, buddy. 7 million behind. Just absolutely ripping it asunder. Mephisto, min raising into cutoff, ace 5 offsuit. Bid is going to call on the button with a very, very speculative suited Robbie. The jack 4 of spades. Now Sully in the small and the decision. I think there's a lot of juice out there. The juice is loose. Rejam for Sully is the optimal play, and he does do just that. Martin all in. King Jack of Hearts. Martin getting a walk. Always handy when you get a walk when you've got the jack six off suit. Martin shoving 16 bigs for the small blind with king 10 off suit. Mephisto says no. Nico with the ace jack. 4:25 to go in the hijack. Nazar with ace king. Rejamming. I think Nico will be calling this one, considering it is just 10 big blinds more, and it is from late position. Wants an exact count, but I believe we will see Nico call this one. I'd be leaning far more towards the side of call than fold. Opportunity to eliminate a player with 11 remaining. Bird asks, can anyone tell who won the heads up yesterday? Pádraig O'Neill from Ireland won the heads up yesterday, if that's what you're on about. He played unbelievably well. Very proud of him. Such a nice guy. It took him 5 hours. And yes, he was clearly exhausted. But champions don't quit at halftime. He showed his guile and his grit. That is what champions do. Unbelievable result. Nico with a big pass there on this occasion. We can see he was dominated. Bird says he watched FC Bayern and the 49ers in full during the heads up yet. Even commentating for a heads up battle that long is grueling. So imagine what it's like playing. And it was one of the largest heads up battles you'll ever see televised because they done no deal. And it was 400k. So basically a 400,000 euro heads up battle for 5 hours. And he was down and out more times than I could count. Somehow He prevailed after being the scrappy underdog time and time again, prevailed, winning over €1 million. Dreams can come true. Bid 3-bet 2 million with kings from the small blind. Looks like Mephisto is reading this for weakness. Action. We've got a spicy and pricey 4-bet coming from the button here from Mephisto. He's a non-believer. And Bid gonna rip it in his ears. Mephisto loses a chunk and is back down to 20 big blinds. I thought he was just going to call for 600k more. It seemed like he was called, but decided to use it in his 4-bet bluffing range. There are way better spots. He says, yes, there are indeed. Well, it just called considering it was just 600k more. You've already invested 400. So it's just 2.5x size, and you're getting good odds, believe it or not, even if you do just have Jack 3 suited. But obviously, you could just pitch it in the muck. You decided to use it as a 4-bet on that occasion. Things are heating up, just 2 eliminations away from the final table. Mephisto min-raising, this time with the King Jack of Hearts. Bid calling on the button with 8-7 of Hearts. Fully out of the way. Gets the job done, takes it down. So you have to remember, although that was a very wide 4-bet, it's against a very aggressive 3-better. Lemonade wants the payouts. Payouts are in the chat, but current payout €2,700. So going after it again, A6 of clubs. Important to note that when we are 6-handed or less, that under the gun is basically late position. Of course, it's natural enough you're going to see wider ranges. So just bear that in mind, folks, if you're just tuning in. You're watching the Dutch Classics final day live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We are 2 eliminations away from the final table. Average stack is just shy of 30 big blinds. And we've got some good aggro action players at this table, as you would expect. Nice chunk of change to be taken home to your loved ones for Christmas for such a small buy-in. €44,400 is what the winner is going to take away once we have crowned yet another champion at this fantastic resort. Not forgetting first, second, third, and fourth, all going to take home a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Bid raises under the gun with ace queen off suit to 550k all the way around to Mephisto in the big blind with queen jack off suit, 350 to call. He's going to take his time before defending. Said this many times on this channel, but Mephisto is very methodical in his process. And if he's taking his time, it seems like he's taking too long, it's usually for a reason. He's very good at thinking through all of his decisions and doesn't do anything too lightly. Bid just going to stuff all in. Bid fastly approaching 75 bid, just over 15 million in his stack now. That is one to watch. Very aggro player. Bid taking that one down with the 2 10s. Red Luigi asking, is this live? This is live as live can be. 30-minute delay, live from the King's Resort in Rajadov. Bid is just going to complete in the small blind. Sully going to check his option. Jack 10 against the King 8. Ace 5-3. Did I miss something there, Bird? What happened there? You folded on with the Jack of Diamonds or the Jack of Hearts? Ah, okay, yeah, makes sense. Thanks for clearing that up. Nazar, Ace 5 of Spades. Very nice hand to open with, but because he's a bit gun shy, I think after losing a few pots, he decides to let it go. And 9-4 deuce is the flop here. Nico betting 200k blind v blind battle. You're going to see a lot of those as we get closer and closer to the final table. Is going to bet one big. Nazar is going to raise. Bird, it's not just Action Man Dan in the booth. George was having technical difficulties earlier, and it was just myself then that continued. Thank you, Bird. I know you're at work, buddy. I just didn't want the new dudes tuning in thinking there was more than one commentator, so thank you for your help there. Oh, DJ Scotty says no table audio. Yeah, I couldn't really hear much table audio. I heard the table audio earlier. DJ Scotty says he can't hear the soothing sound of chips being rustled. Yeah, sometimes I like having the chips being rustled to drown out my voice. I understand what you're saying. We've been having some technical difficulties today, Kings, at times over the last few hours, so just bear with us. At least we don't have the echo anymore. Martin going to complete in the small blind off 20 bigs with 10-9 suited. Mephisto just wants to be ripping on him all day here with a hand as strong as ace-jack. Visto is going to jam. Also, I think Martin should have just straight up ripped from the small blind, put the pressure on Mephisto. Obviously, he's not going to be folding a hand as strong as ace-jack, but just a nice pickup. Wow, Martin calls him off. Was not expecting to see that. If you're just going to call him off, then why the hell would you not just jam yourself? It makes no sense to me. This is crazy. 4.5 million in this pot. 9-6 deuce. Mephisto looking pissed off, and I don't blame him. Turn is the king of hearts, and now Mephisto needing serious help on this river, or he will be eliminated out of nowhere in 11th place. That is a disgusting exit for Mephisto. I really feel from there. Martin's just meant to rip, and he calls it off anyway, but we're not here to be Captain Hindsight on this channel. As ECW in the house says, gotta love Kings. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings, my friend. My old buddy, old pal. And that means all of a sudden we are just one elimination away from the final table. And there is a page unblooming from €2,700 to €3,250. You've heard the man. After this hand, stop. This will be the last hand before the break. We are going to go on a 20-minute break and come back with the final table of the Dutch Classics, where we will crown a champion tonight for the tune of €44,400. So don't go anywhere. Put the kettle on, son. I'm going to eat the rest of my dinner. Fill up my flask with lots of more coffee and be back for a highly action-packed, entertaining final table. My final table of the year. We want all the Action Man Dan fans out in force for this one. Bid checking on the river here. And Sully with a small value bet of 400k. ECW always in my corner says, let's do it, Dan. I'm ready. That's what I like to hear. Okay, folks, that's going to do it. I just done the outro. We'll be right back. Look at those beautiful graphics in the background. So vibrant. Alrighty, see you in a few moments.
Of Keating, he's used to playing the role of table captain. I did say, there's only enough room at this table for one B-knock. Looks like we're going to have a blind v blind confrontation between the two.
And Volkov, he can open with far less than 2 9s, and yet that is what has been delivered. And let's see Keating's reaction.
$65k. Sprinkle 2x from Volkov, who's been getting the better of everyone at this feature table, not just Keating.
Got shot straight draw on a 7-7-6 board. Volkov playing it as a check, and Keating wasting no time barreling.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the flat from Volkov. And now 7's full. Keating drawing dead.
Perhaps a safe turn card for Keating to avoid going broke on. Although probably less inclined to give Volkov these types of holdings. Would have expected pairs to c-bet perhaps. Looks like he's carving out a decent sized shell.
And look at the way Ruslan is playing this one, Henry. Now a full house on board. 2 check calls. Do we come out and bet with the 9s now, with the sense that Keating won't be able to get away from playing the board? Obviously Volkov decides no. I mean, surely Keating feels as though this is a gift from the deck on the river that would allow him to chop. Oh, no. You know, only a 7 that Volkov, I think, is truly worried about as played.
I mean, we were teasing that this was an entanglement waiting to happen.
Yeah.
Well,
you see the disbelief on Keating's face, who, to his credit, by the way, isn't incredulous about the situation. Obviously, he knows that Volkov will have a hand from time to time.
no need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings,
just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know, yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 0.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60
by Volkov. Up to 165, now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
That the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
Ooh. Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. Got what, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Sochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovsky says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovsky's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button to blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from DC, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadrupled that amount.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Řekněte, a ze šiše baru přinese různý ty cigárky sem vybrat. Různé.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. You'll viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is. Let's see if Dorf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from Melika.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look, if Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's all in?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elke taking a peek at the Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
It kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm
She
behind.
could be doing it with Ace King.
You're all in, right?
But you're right, probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay,
I think
because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
there.
more.
Let's take a second.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was a very immediate interaction.
Quand t'as commencé à parler, je croyais que c'était encore plus faible que ça.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dorf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dorf not so happy it's being run twice.
5. Nice one, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dorf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded ace.
So no miracles so far for Dorf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Got one jack.
Button for Osei.
5 of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it's...
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Nice.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there,
Very good fold.
and how Rob would act.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovsky's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. See him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovsky gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. He may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rojanowski the appearance that he could potentially...
He might think, oh, I can peel this maybe? And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well.
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut-no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rojanowski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rojanowski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rojanowski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. Nice. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We are live. It's the Dutch Classics final table, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Lights, camera, action. Cards are in the air. Let's go. Current payout for 9th place is €3,250, but we don't want to give you that. First, second, third, and fourth, all going to take home a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. Also, significant payouts. Top 5, all going to get a 5-figure score minimum. Very, very nice payouts for such a small buy-in. My name is Action Man Dan. If you are just tuning in, I'm your broadcaster for the duration of this event. This is my final table of the year to commentate on. What a year it's been. Martin is going to take it down with the Kings. Average stack is 7.3 million, which is good for about 37 big blinds at the moment. Significant pay jumps and ICM considerations this close to Christmas as well. Pressure is on. I'm really excited to see how this one unfolds. Shorter stacks going to have to make moves. The bigger stacks can keep going to Pound Town. Patrick is all in with King Jack off suit. Patrick is all in, and looks like he's going to get the job done there. Nazar not going to be calling with the 10-3 off suit. Hope you're all keeping very well, whether you're tuning in on YouTube or Twitch this evening. Welcome. People were asking for the table sounds. I can definitely hear table sounds. Some form of jingle bells as well. Sully all in. Pocket eights. And look at this. Martin waking up with the rockets at the exact right time. He is going to rejam all in from the button with the American Airlines. We could have our first casualty unless Sully gets lucky. 7.5 million in this pot. Hooty hoo! 30 big blinds out there up for grabs. Difference between 9th and 8th is almost €1,000. King 6-6, no help to the snowman. Turn is the 7 of clubs. River is the 3 of spades. We have our first casualty at the final table. Sully has been eliminated in 9th place. Martin will scoop those chips, now playing 11.475 mil, which is good for 45 big blinds. Bid is going to raise to 700k. Martin is going to call. 8s against 6s. 6 on the flop. Wow. Set for bid. Martin could lose some chips here. Just 1 overcard so far to his pocket pair. And he probably knows by now that Bid is a very aggressive player. Turn is the king of clubs. Just thought that was a ridiculous. I'm actually a bit speechless there. Overkilling his set, to say the least. Not the way to extract value. But that's kind of the way he's been playing. Playing his big hands fast. Ace Queen raising to 525. Michael calling in the big with the Queen 10 off suit. It looks like for 275 more. Those pink chips are now in play, by the way. Important to note that they are $500,000 each. White chips are 100k a pop, and the greens are 25s. And Jack 10-7 goes check, check. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Michael is going to check a second time. And now Martin with the decision. Checks again. River is the 6 of diamonds. I think if we're Mikael now, it might be time to go for small amount of value. Could bet something around 425, 525, something around that area. Michael will take down that small pot. I say small pot, they all count at this late stage. Every chip mattering more and more with 8 players remaining. All guaranteed €4,175. Bid. You're going to see Bid be very, very aggro. His VPIP is going to be through the roof, as it should be with all these chips. And going for that larger sizing, close to 3x, is going to be hard to combat against. So it's his table right now. He is the captain of the ship, and he can just keep pounding. So I expect to see fireworks at some stage. It is important to note that we are 4 eliminations away from every player remaining guaranteed that 10k ticket. A lot of players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. So it's an ideal situation to have a large stack. You can really utilize it. Alan F. Poker dropping by to say hi. He says, you're the captain, Action Man 10. Thank you, Alan. We had you in the booth there with us. We could call our commentating team Al Dante. I only thought of that earlier. I was talking to you. Hope you're doing well. I see your channel is on fire. If you like cash, guys, head over to Alan's channel. He's on a few times a week. The guy's a machine. There is so much value and information to be extracted from his channel. He's also a charismatic fella. Lots of entertainment. I don't think I've ever tuned in without bursting out laughing within a couple of minutes, albeit he is one of my best friends in the world. Still, the content is just savage, and it doesn't really clash with the King's stream as well, so you can have the best of both worlds. Just if you don't like curse words, it mightn't be for you, but you haven't lived until you've tuned in to an Irish fella who's just firing obscenities out there for the world to hear whilst playing top-notch poker at the highest levels there. 200 NL, 500 NL, has broken into 1K NL, and I thoroughly recommend checking out his channel. So Alan F Poker on there. Nice to have you with us, Alan, if only for a short while. Average stack is 8.225 mil. Alan says, "Serious plug, bro." Well, you deserve it. Like, it's not like you've been it's not like you quit half time, Alan. You are relentless in your approach towards your passion for this game, and it's remarkable. So therefore, I'm not mentioning it for I'm not giving you praise that's not due, put it that way. I know you're a bit under the weather at the moment, so get well soon. It's not easy to talk on a mic if you've got some form of condition like a bronchitis or a sinus infection. And we'll have Alan back in the booth in early January, whilst I take my annual leave after today for the guts of a month. I am going to play some of Finton's games. I am even going to chance my arm at winning some trophies. Surely to God, been picking up on a few skills at this stage from watching live poker out through my eyeballs. Okay, updated the chip count. Bid and Lucky very closely contended at the top, and then Nazar and Patrick getting close to that 10 big blinds or below. Alan expects an FP at least. Indeed. Champ shit only. First place or nothing. It's a crying shame that I've never won a live poker trophy before, so I would like to put that one to bed. We'll see what happens. No deals. Well, I might do some form of a deal. A deal with the devil. I'll get this theory test, driver's theory test out of the way tomorrow, and then enjoy my birthday. I haven't had a drink in a month today, it is. Go me. I can hear the boys on the way with the medals. Can you hear me calling out your name? It was a very long time for an Irish person, and I'm going to keep it going. Might have a glass of wine, one for a nice dinner now. On Wednesday. And we'll take it from there. Bid going for that patent close to 3x open once again. This time from the cutoff, Martin with a very sexy king-queen suited is just going to call from the small. He could have elected a 3-bet, but I think given he's against the chip leader, the ICM considerations, it's going to be better to just call on this occasion. 10-8-6 is the flop, 2 diamonds. And the 4s wasting no time in betting just over $1 million, and that's good enough to get Martin to fold. And that's a really nice pickup there for bid. Although I'm not the biggest advocate of betting on that board when there's 3 overcards to your pair. He's got the chips, so if he thinks he can win it there and then, why not? His VPIP is through the roof so far at this FT, as you would expect with all those pink chips. Miguel min raising and bid 3 betting. And a 3-bet, very large sizing, gets the job done, takes it down, he keeps accumulating chips. Lucky's turn to steal the blinds and antes. Adds 625 to his stack. We know Lucky playing under his nickname. But although he is lucky, he's very skilled also. He's well able to play this game. Definitely one to watch out for with 8 players still remaining. He's a King's Resort reg. This is a crazy raise size from bid, though. Gone for almost 5x. You see the power of raising to this size, though, when you've got close to 100 big blinds. You can get hands like pocket nines to fold. Like, it just looks so strong. And Nazar probably can't go with pocket eights here either, knowing he has hold equity, and a lot of the time he will be in a coin flip situation. He decides he is going to go with it. These two have butted heads a few times. It is all in and call with close to 5 million in the pot. Bid with 36% equity to knock out Nazar. Nazar with 64% equity to have almost 20 big blinds. Jack Queen 4. 1 heart, safe-ish for Nazar so far. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. River is the ace of diamonds. I don't believe it. Nazar has been eliminated. Why am I not surprised? Bid has been running quite well so far. He is just eliminated. Nazar in 8th place. 7 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All players now guaranteed €5,850. As Real Rusty says, he had 9-9 in hand. 99 equals fated shove. Yeah, I think I'd have to fold pocket nines there as well. It's just a 6 spot. And here we go. Lucky raising from the hijack. Jerry shoving from the cutoff with the Jeffries. Lucky forced to let it go. Jerry scoops those chips. Nice pickup there for the Jacks. Rusty says 6 spot. Yeah, don't really know what the ICM miser would say to that. Probs just fold. Yeah, definitely. It's just because a lot of the time you're going to be called off, and when you are called off, it's pretty much going to be a coin flip situation at best. Just looks so strong. A 5x open from under the gun, but it just shows the power of the big stack. Michael 3-betting the 1.2 million here with the Kings of Kings. Martin, the original opener here with pocket eights under the gun to 525. And Bid just wants to let this one go. He's winning every other pot under the sun. There's no need to get involved here. Does muck. Ace A7 is the flop. Martin checks. Michael checks. Now, definitely time to get some value here. It doesn't have to go too big. Can bet something like 700k, 600k, something like that. Goes for 575. Quickly gets called. I was just wondering, could he go for even more value and shove all in, but I think peppering him with the jab there on the river, the best play, and it does get snapped for that small sizing. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, hold the phone. We've got action. An open 3-bet from the 2 blackjacks, and Martin is going to re-ship it all in with ace-king from the big. Jerry now 15 bigs behind. I don't really see him folding here because he's invested a considerable portion of his chips. However, he has 3-bet and under the gun open, under the gun +1, and got cold 4-bet jammed from the big blind. So this indicates significant strength and is in the top tier of hands, which is going to be Jacks plus. And when you really weigh up your options there, Jacks aren't going to be performing too well against the overall 4-bet cold from the big blind as a rip. So therefore, I could easily see Jacks going in the muck here. It's never really going to be tens. But if it's never really going to be tens, then we are pretty much flipping at best, or we are dominated. And you know what? That's a fantastic fold there from Jerry. That might look like it's a standard fold. And if you really break it down, it is relatively standard. But when you've got that much invested, your mind can play tricks on you. You're thinking about the glory. It can easily just call it off there. The real Rusty says flip is his dream scenario. Yeah, but real Rusty, how many times do we see Jack stack off there? Hero says, no, I mean, when he calls, the flip is the dream and the rest he is dominated. Like 50% to be dominated. Yeah, because you're just going to be up against ace-king all day because there's 16 combinations of that. Ace-queen should be folding, and then it's just queens, kings, and aces. Occasionally, pocket tens are in there, but I would be putting that at a very low frequency. So if you really break it down, it's easy to say when we can see the cards. I just think it's a jacks plus type of a situation, and we have jacks, so we're either dominated or flipping. It's easy to say that when you're sitting at home and you can see the cards, but it really is the dream scenario. Well put, real Rusty. I think it's just I don't want to say standard or snap fold because we see them stack off like this so often, and you know a lot of players here won't be that ICM savvy, but it doesn't take a genius to work that out. It's just when you've been playing for days, decision fatigue sets in. It seems like it's a great opportunity. You kind of convince yourself that your opponent has ace-king, and if they do, you're willing to flip, etc., etc. It can be easy to just stack off there for the additional 15 big blinds. So nice to see him get away from that and survive. And lo and behold, the Hoover has won another pot. Bid really separating himself from the pack now. It's been all one-way traffic for him at this FT so far. All momentum shifting in that man's direction. He's been a force to be reckoned with, and he's going to be hard to take out from here. Obviously, a hell of a long way to go yet. Yeah, Real Rusty says we block jacks. Yeah, we block jacks significantly, and there's no other hands that can really beat. 9s and 10s should be going in the muck. Jacks, if our opponent did have jacks, he should probably be folding jacks, even though it's extremely rare that they're going to have jacks considering we have jacks. So it's just becomes a queens plus scenario almost, Real Rusty, if you eliminate the jacks. And queens plus scenario going to have us significantly dominated or flipping at best, and therefore we can just let the jacks go. I think I've nailed that one to death now at this stage, but no harm. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. This could start to become a tell, though, from Bid. Sometimes he's making it close to 3x. Sometimes he's making it 5x. I think it just depends on what he feels like he's doing. He's going for it here with the 8-5 of hearts, and I actually have nothing to say against this. Just keep pounding if they're going to keep folding. Lucky calls it ace 10. And he's caught a piece of it. He is going to bet the guts of a mill. 900k. And Lucky has backdoor straight draw, backdoor diamond draw. I think he's forced to call one here. We do see him call nearly 4 million in the pot as we hit the turn. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Oh, wow. I presumed we would see Bid slow down. This pot, very big now as we hit the river. River is the 6 of clubs. And now Bid checks. And Lucky is savvy enough to know he's got the... Oh, wow, he gives up. I really, really don't like that check back on the river from Lucky because he's got the best blockers in town. Yes, it's a paired board. He blocks the straight, blocks the nut flush. I expected to see him bet and bet quite large. Especially when Bid could have any random pair. A lot of random holdings that have some form of a piece of that board. And Bid now playing 120 big blinds almost. Lucky the second place at this seven-handed affair with 52 bigs. And Martin with 35 bigs. Mikael with 21. Nico with 16. Jerry with 13. And Patrick needs some help here. Just playing 6 big blinds. Weird Rusty says, block bets seem nice here. Yes, didn't want to fall below 10 million, I guess. No, when you float, flop, and turn, just an ideal situation. I would be betting about 5 million there at least. That's 2/3 pot. If you bet something like 2 million, close to 3 million, you could just get called by Bid with exact kind of hand that he had. A pair. And Jerry all in over the top here. Martin, 5.25 to go at ace 9 of hearts. Patrick on the button with 5 big blinds with king 5 off suit. Think he just wants to rip this one. I know it seems a bit light because he only has a 5 kicker, but it's a good opportunity to steal the blinds and antes. Having said that, he can just fold and have a full orbit before the blinds get back to him. Also, shoving into bid, not ideal when he's got that much chips. Just under 30 million to start the hand. Looks like bid is going to win another one here. Lucky forced to check fold. Bid well over 30 million now. Steamroller so far at this FT. Bid gonna call with deuces here. Quack, quack. Looking for a little ducky. Mikael with the open with queen 9 of hearts. King Jack 8 is the flop. Mikael just wants to bet this one. Backdoor heart draw. Inside straight draw. Wow. Bid going to put him to the test here. He's really just taking every spot. This guy is quite impressive. Yeah, he's playing a bit reckless and a bit nuts, but he's got the chips to do it, and almost every single thing that he's done so far has worked. So he gets my vote. He's providing endless amounts of action so far. Now for Mikel, he's being put in a bin here, even with a hand as strong as the one he has, and he has to let it go. Incredible stuff. Wow. Bid is playing the player, not the game. Or not the cards, whatever way you want to put it. Rusty says he had the better hand as well by 3%. Yeah. Good one, Rusty. Rusty Springfield. Mikel is just going to open rip here. Quite a large jam. The blinds have just gone up though. 150k is the small blind, 300k is the big blind with 300k running big blind ante, and Bid has gone over the top here with pocket nines. Rusty says he goes for it with 4 big blinds on the table. Is he not all in under the gun here for 15 bigs? No, or are you on about a different hand? This is a huge flip. Close to 10 mil. And call me crazy, but I fancy Bid to win this flip. He can't seem to lose. Let's see what happens here, though. It ain't over till it's over. King Jack 5. 60-40, pretty much as we hit the turn. Turn is a deuce of hearts, and now Bid, 79% of the time, will eliminate Michael in 7th place. And he does do just that. Bid can do no wrong. Yes, Real Rusty, yeah, with the pay jump there, I think that was an absurd jam. It's way too many bigs. I might even just min raise. I might just open muck, although that seems a bit too tight. Uh-oh. Bid going for a raise to 1.5 million. Nico only has 3.3 million. This is the problem, though. If you min raise this or make it 2.5x, you can still get away from this. But now if Nico jams, you're basically priced in because it's less than 2 million more. So I don't like this open from Bid. You still have to let some hands go. This is just a good example of, hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. He's won every other pot. Definitely could have just let this one go. Now he's going to be forced to call Nico off, like, unless he wants to fold for 1.8 million. There's no need for this. 6 players remaining. Just take a hand off. Oh dear. So now I wouldn't even be feeling too confident with aces here. That's a lot of equity for the 10-8. Oh my god. 325. Here we go. 7 million in this one. It's a 60-40. The aces are ahead, but not ahead by that far. Interesting turn card coming up with 6 players remaining now. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. I don't believe it. Oh my god. This guy is playing close to 42 million chips. You've got a feel for everyone remaining. This is going to be crazy. 6th place leaves with €7,725. I told you, I don't feel too confident for 2 black aces against the 10-8 offsuit. Yeah, it has to be said, the guy who is playing a 4 big blind stack here has played a stormer. He's just kept folding, has won a significant amount of money. Gonna have to take a stand now. But wow. And then he gets a walk with kings. This is incredible. What is Patrick doing? Patrick forced all in there, in my opinion. But maybe, just maybe, the 4-2 suited not good enough against bid. I don't really think it matters. If you're up against bid, you're probably going to lose. I guess he gets to fold now and have 2 bigs. So it's just, yeah, actually, I think it's probably fine to fold there, considering it's just when it's suited and you've that much invested, but you've got a full orbit. With 5 players remaining, though, full orbit is not much. We are on the bubble for a 10K ticket, ladies and gentlemen. Things have been going rapid at this final table so far. I'm giddy as a schoolgirl now. This guy, I like the cut of this man's jib. He can do no wrong. All players guaranteed €10,500 for Christmas so far. But the difference between 5th and 4th is a considerable chunk of change. And that's not including a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event next year. Mamma mia, yabba dabba doo. Let's see what happens next. Patrick is all in from the cutoff for 525. I would be shocked to not see bid come along with 3-2 suited. He does call, and Martin is going to put an end to this. Although, this might be a spot to just call. Help eliminate a player and get a 10 grand ticket for yourself. Yeah. Not the worst in the world. Although, I don't really know. Do we want to get bid out of there? For the sake of about a 13 grand pay jump, I think we just call, even with a hand as strong as Ace King from the small blind here. Lucky might decide to put the squeeze on here. I don't think there's any reason for Lucky to do that. It's just overkill. He doesn't need to. And now the action's going to be back on Martin. I don't even know if Martin can call this off. What a weird hand. What is Lucky after doing? Dude. Guys, I would not be surprised to see Martin fold a hand as strong as Ace King here. It's an easy fold. There's 13.5 grand of difference. It's a horrible situation, but you just don't want to be calling off with Ace King here. Why did Lucky do this? It's beyond me, but it doesn't matter now. He's got Patrick dominated, and there's a king gone into the muck. Eight, 7, 4 is the flop. There is the 5 of hearts. There is slight chance of a chop. It's not to be. Patrick has been eliminated. What an FT it was for him there when he had no chips. He's got all the way up to over 10 grand for Christmas. Congratulations, Patrick. The bubble has been burst. All players will breathe a sigh of relief. We are still four-handed, or we are now four-handed. And it just gets bigger and bigger from here on out. It's big boy poker stuff, and it's going to be very hard to play against bid with this much chips. But the 3 remaining players against them have all secured that 10k ticket and a minimum of €13,800. Wow, this has been such a fun final table to commentate on so far. Hope you're all enjoying the show at home. Let's get the Action Man Dan fans out in force for the end of this one. I won't be in the booth for nearly a month. Try not to miss me too much. I'll be back for an action-packed 2024 as far as I know, as far as I can tell. Just have to clear my calendar. Lucky waiting in the wings. He still has the guts of 14 million chips there. Still a nice chunk of change. I just feel like the superior move was just a call there in the big blind with the ace-9. Bid Good enough to put Lucky all in here. Wow. This all happened so fast. It's like Bid has a plane to catch, wants to win this title. He's not messing around. I don't believe Lucky can call with 2 10s here. But if he thinks he's against the lower pair, he might decide to gamble. I told you, it looked like he was going to put it in, and he does call. I would not be calling against Bid under any circumstance. This pot is massive, 28.4 million. And if Bid wins this one, wow. Look at this for a flip, ladies and gentlemen. The guts of 100 big blinds in the middle. Bid doesn't look phased in the slightest. What a massive jam. What an even bigger call off. This is one of the biggest flips I can remember calling at an FT all year. Here we go. King 9-3 is the flop. Bid needing help on this turn of river. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Ace or queen only for Bid. And the river is an 8 of spades. And that is going to make my job a hell of a lot more difficult anyway, because it would have been Bid with nearly 200 big blinds, but instead they're going to have the guts of 100 big blinds apiece. Top Bid was going to win that one, as is tradition so far, but you can't win them all. They're just doing out the payouts to see what happens here, but that has put a spanner in the works. We're looking at an extremely deep four-handed battle now with 2 of the remaining players with the guts of 100 big blinds each. And here we go. All in and call. Lucky 32% of the time is going to eliminate Jerry here with his ace king of hearts. 6.5 million in this pot up for grabs. 22 bigs, give or take. Here we go. Ace 5-4 on the flop. Turn is the queen of diamonds. River is the 4 of diamonds. Jerry will double up. He'll be very happy with that. He's been very patient. And here we go. Martin raising to 900k on the Bhutan. Lucky 3-betting enough to put both players all in. Jerry is going to stack off. And Jerry could be set for another double up here. Actually, a big enough call off by Jerry. But I think ace-jack suited just going to be strong enough. Jack in the window, followed by a king and a 9. Nearly 14 million in this pot. Jerry could have been out the door a minute ago. Instead, gets one double up. Almost getting a second one here as we hit the river. River is the 3 of hearts. Jerry now doubling up to almost 14 mil, which is good for 45 bigs. So we've got one kind of short stack and now two, I wouldn't call them Midland stacks, they're pretty big stacks, and then of course you've got bid. Hooty hoo! Bird said hold or. He did hold or all the way up to nearly 50 big blinds. That's a really nice orbit for that man, Jerry. Fair play to him. There is the update of the chip counts. Bid still in pole position, although he didn't want to lose that hand with the ace queen. Lucky with 62 bigs, Jerry with 46, and Martin with 16. Bird says he guess he'll watch Game of Thrones a fourth time during the Christmas holidays. Yeah, there's some of them shows that you just end up watching about once. I wouldn't say once a year, but at least if you watch it within 18 months, you're kind of watching it again. I've been trying to stay away from TV series lately. I've been watching so much live poker, but I've got a brother and I think he's watched Sopranos. I mean, I would guess he's watched Sopranos in its entirety about 30 times. I don't have an exact count. It's just Sopranos or South Park all day, every day. A7-3 is the flop here, Jerry. Bird says he watched season 1 to 7 in 1 week right before season 8 came out. Yeah, that's the thing. If I was to put on the first episode of Breaking Bad after I finished here, I'll end up watching the 5 seasons. I either don't watch much TV or TV shows even. Never really watch TV. But when I do then, I just binge. Absolute binge. Last thing I binged on was Snowfall on Disney. Thought it was brilliant. Really, really good. But basically, I'm afraid to start any of them shows because I'll just get warped in. And that's about 50 hours of your life for a lot of these series these days. Lucky raising under the gun with the Jack 9 off suit. Bid the 3 bet. 1.75 mil. It's good enough to take it down. Bid with the ace-7. Lucky with a lot of equity here. 6-5 of diamonds on the 10-4-3, 2 diamond flop. 1.2 million is the bet from bid. Lucky is just going to call. Turn is the 5 of hearts. And, well, quickly going check, check. River is the 8 of clubs. Lucky checks. Bid is going to bet 2 million. See, the thing is, I don't like bid's line here. Actually, I don't mind it. It's just, I was going to say, surely this is a hand that we might just triple barrel. We could get a 3 or a 4 to fold on the turn. We could get some diamond draws, some heart draws to fold by the river. So when we bet flop, check, turn, bet river, it just seems a bit fishy to me. Fishy is in suspect. And a man of Lucky's caliber is going to pick him off. Now, I can't say for sure, but if bid keeps losing these pots, he'll just blow up and is likely to be placid enough, but then just could explode at any moment. Kind of like that placid volcano I was talking about on stream before. He seems to me like he's the kind of player that has to be in control at all times. He's controlling the pots, so if he can't control the pots, he's likely to just fire off. Martin shoving from the button here for 4 million. This is too much blinds for Martin. But it's not, he just gets a hand as strong as King 10 suited to fold. I think King 10 suited would have been a call for me. Any more, you probably just let the King 10 suited go. Any less you call. It's kind of in the middle. And he had been quietish with his jams. He hasn't had much opportunities, but I still think King 10 suited going to play very well in an all-in situation, sub 15 big jamming from the button. It's incredible to see. It's only 7 days before Christmas, and between YouTube and Twitch, we are almost at 1,000 viewers. Thank you for all your support throughout the year. It means the world to me and the King's production team, of course. If you like it that much, give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. It's only €5 for a subscription. King A4 here. Lucky betting 600k. Bid quickly calling. See the turn. Turn is the 10 of diamonds, giving Lucky a pair to go to his flush draw. Is he going to bet this again or just wants to check back? I think we just want to check back the majority of the time. If we think we can get additional value from worse, then why not bet? Especially into a player like Bid, who's no harm in hanging around. Lucky will show him. Bid with the raise to 1.15 million. With the pocket ace, will take it down. Martin in the small, 13 bigs, ace 3, shoves it in. Lucky, with two lucky ladies, going to snap him off. And Martin, just 30% equity to stay in this tournament with 4 players remaining. Lucky in pole position to eliminate Martin in 4th place. 8.6 million in this pot up for grabs. Here we go. One 3 on the flop. 10-9-3. Turn is the 10 of spades. River is the 7 of spades. Lucky has eliminated Martin in 4th place. Great score for Martin. Gets the 10k ticket and is taking home €13,800 for Christmas. That means 3 players remaining now, all fighting it out to become the Dutch Classics champion. Dangerous man to be giving chips to. Not much he could do there. All he had to do was call. Wow, bid has folded. Who would have thunk it? And looks like Lucky is going to use this as a raise. He's going to raise to just shy of $1 million. Let's see what happens here. Eight, 5 deuce. Lucky with a piece of it. Jerry with top pair. Lucky betting 625. Jerry raising the 2.2 million. Lucky is going to call the additional. This pot getting pricey and spicy, close to 7 million as we see the turn. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Lucky is going to check. Jerry looks like he wants to protect his hand here. Understandable. A lot of the time, though, you would just check behind on this turn, considering the 9 of diamonds puts a lot more draws out there, completes the straight, some more 2 pairs. Doesn't want to get check raised. Is going to go for a bet of 3.4 million. Lucky trying to get a read by picking up chips here. Looks like he's a non-believer. Quite a menacing stare. Problem with calling the turn if you're in Lucky's shoes, which it looks like he is going to do. He has calling chips in hand. It's very hard to get to showdown. So if you call the turn, you've got to be willing to call on the river. This is a very interesting hand. 13.5 million in the pot as we see the river. River is the 6 of spades. That would have been a gangster move if Lucky decided to just shove the river. I don't really like how Lucky played that hand. It's very hard for him to get to showdown. He wanted to put his hero cape on. I think that's going to bring us to a very small break. We're going to be back in, I would say, about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Real Rossi said if you wanted any chance to swoop the pot, he needed to shove the river. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Problem on them boards is it's just very hard for the river to go check the way it played out. So essentially you're calling a big enough bet on the turn, hoping the river goes check. And if it doesn't, you really have to put your cape on. Otherwise, it's not that you're just calling off chips, but it's just, look at this now. Sorry, I'm going to stop for a second. Looks like the 3Ds are going to the bathroom for a few moments. They are all even Steven. 75 bigs plays 71, plays 71. Basically a third of the chips for each remaining player. I'll be back in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere. Almost 1,000 of you tuning in to see who will become the Dutch Classics main event champion just before Christmas. We'll be right back.
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final 2 tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali.
All right, folks, we're back for mega deep three-handed action here. Let's see what happens. Which one of these three competitors that have battled for many days on end now will prevail as your Dutch Classics champion and take home €44,400. And I expect to see chips flying everywhere. 3 aggro players remaining. Bid, obviously, the most aggressive of the 3. Very fold with that raise. Interesting way to play that hand, but he does get the job done with the unsuited Robbie. Just the Robbie. Guess going into the new year, we're going to have to stop calling the Jack 4 off suit the Robbie. But hey, it's still 2023. We'll be kicking in the door for 2024. I wish all of you a very Merry Christmas. Be safe, be lucky, be good. Hope you've enjoyed all the action this year from the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov and the other Kings also. You get over 1,000 tournaments, I think, in this resort alone per year. Be sure to support the channel, support the cause. It's €5 a month. King's production team going above and beyond. To find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Like I said, can't believe there's almost 1,000 of you tuning in on this Monday evening, this close to Christmas. We're very busy. That support does not go unnoticed, and it's much appreciated. And after that, we are on all the usual social media platforms as well. Ways to follow. Place is open pretty much 365 days of the year. We've got action. Someone says the sound is stammering. Now I've refreshed the page. I hopefully sorted the situation. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. Good raising with the ace 4. He is just going to call, this time from the small blind, not wanting to play a huge pot. Jerry is going to come along for the ride with Queen 6 of diamonds. King, King, Deuce is the flop. Bit of 800k and a call. Lucky. A very nice turn card. And he will take down that pot. He is going to min raise here on the button with ace-6 off suit. He takes it down. Interesting to see what way this even affair pans out. All playing pretty identical stacks. We've all locked up a minimum of €18,350. It is going to call with a very suspect 8-5 off suit from the small blind. Real Rusty says Jerry is a bit tight for my taste. Fair enough, Real Rusty. His bid a bit too loose for your taste also. In generale. Yeah, that's what I said. Istvan, the 8-5 offsuit, very suspect there to call with from the small blind, but that's what you're going to see from bid. Is voluntary putting money into the pot must be at least 70 to 80%, and that's when we were 9-handed at the final table. We're now 3-handed. You expect to see him be involved almost all of the time. These players will be tired, though. We'll see what happens here. You might want to get it over with. You wouldn't know. Obviously, you're playing for a lot of money and the title. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is now 200k. Big blind is now 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400. Jerry on the button, ace-4 offsuit. Now, although they are all about 40 to 50 bigs apiece, they are playing three-handed. So the action is going to be fast and aggressive, especially when they're posting blinds and antes every hand pretty much. Good, Rusty said, what is that lucky charm? It looks like a fidget spinner. I believe it is a fidget spinner. Lucky charm indeed. Lucky checking again here on the river. Jerry is going to bet 3.6 million. This would be a hell of a call here from Lucky. Wow. Lucky picks him off. Wasn't expecting to see that. Especially when Jerry has been relatively quiet. Really good intuition there from Lucky. I honestly don't know. Obviously, it's a good call because he was correct. On paper, I feel like Jerry is going to have a lot of hands to beat him there. Yeah, Real Rusty making a good point there, saying Jerry has been so quiet, so many folds, so tight, and gets disrespected with the 5-4 call. I'd be inclined to agree with you there. You just pick up that there's an air of impatience out there. Let's see what way that relates to the game. Three bets and takes it down. Lord Sorrow says jam. I'm more into honey myself. Big word like marmalade. Queen 9-3 is the flop. Straight draw for Jerry. Bid with a flush draw. Horse is out. A heap of those pink chips. Don't even think he counted them. 2.5 million is the bet. And 9.2 million in the pot there. 10 of spades hitting the river. Jerry with the best hand. Bid bricking out. He's got 15 million behind. Now, if I'm Jerry, I just check and hope bid bets for me. Let him do your bidding. Uh-huh. Because he's just going to be way more likely to bluff. And if you take that bluffing move away from him, he's just forced to fold. Therefore, I think Jerry missing an opportunity to get his opponent to do bidding for him. Real Rusty says also bid is a notorious river better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just hard to get. You just take when you take that move away from your opponent. Big Daddy says agreed. Betting is pointless. Only ever getting called or raised with better. It makes a lot of sense. Makes sense when we want to make lots of euros. Unless you're like inducing a large raise from your opponent there, it just doesn't make much sense. And the way that hand played out, we did bet 2.5 million. I just think if we check, we get a bluff out of our opponent is the bottom line. There's no need to keep rambling on and going on tangents. Bid has shown a propensity to bet there when checked to. Not 100% of the time, but a lot. Bid, two ladies, three-handed monster. Jerry not even going to entertain defending with the 8-6 offsuit. Lucky with the min raise, 8-7 offsuit. Jerry is going to call from the small with Queen Jack and bid. Just want to make the call. I just don't like the King 7 offsuit here. But multi-way, in for a penny, in for a pound, and throws the additional big in. 2.8 million now in this pot as we see the flop three ways. And he will just take that one down. No messing around for this fella. Well, this is where it could all pay off for bid. He's got aces. He's lost a considerable portion of his stack, but he's still good for 35 bigs. He is going to raise on the button to $1 million. Jerry, ace 7 of diamonds. Let's see what he does. Recovering stack, but not by much. Jerry does call for 600k more. We're off to see a flop. Queen 10, 3 is the flop. Jerry's going to 3-bet to 2.6 million. Lucky the opener with the ace deuce. Lucky can't call. Jerry will take that one down. Lucky gets a walk. 4 deuce. Not going to cut the mustard in the small blind. Bid with pocket tens. Raising to 1.2 million. Oh, here we go. Lucky. Ace, queen. I reckon he might just 3-bet, call it off. No, just decides to jam it. And Bid won't be folding tens. We're going to have another huge flip on our hands here. Another 30 million chip pot. So, tens for Bid. Ace, queen for Lucky. 2 giant flips at this FT. Bid loses the first one. Rolls are reversed. This time Bid with the tens. Lucky with the ace, queen. King, 8-5 is the flop. Bid looking good so far. So much chips in this pot. Turn is an ace of clubs. Oh my God. Lucky now basically seals the deal. Bid just with 1 out left in the deck as we hit the river. Brutal. 6 of spades hits the deck. Bid, after having so much of the chips in play, bows out in 3rd place. What a fun player to commentate on. Fascinating stuff. Some really funny hands. Very entertaining. I hope to see him again sometime. What about this now? We're going to go on a 13-minute break or so. Get this heads up battle commenced. And we are going to put a ribbon on this thing. If you've tuned in until now, don't go anywhere. One of these remaining players is going to be your Dutch Classic main event champion. We'll be right back.
does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
Get the big chips up front. I want to see that. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that Nosebarrel's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand.
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this featured table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label. 2 labels. 2 labels. Okay. Can I get 1 still water and 1 sparkling water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klezis now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that The Austrian checks back, we get to realise. Or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the king queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace-jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold a self-inflicted wound. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next two spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings,
just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know. Yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Cards are in the air. If you want to touch gloves, do so now. Go back to your corner. These two about to go at it. Hardcore. Do you want more for the title? And €44,400. And of course that 10k ticket secured by both remaining players. Both players locked up a minimum of €26,500. It's going to be tough to beat Lucky, but as I always say, no limit hold'em. Very volatile tournaments are, never mind the heads-up battle itself. Swings and roundabouts, but all momentum shifting in Lucky's direction. Jerry is up against it, but still comfortable with 42 big blinds here as we see the flop of 9-9 deuce. I hope you're all enjoying the show wherever you're tuning in from. I see DRS there. Vamos, he says in the chat. What's up, buddy? That's a lot of chips in front of Lucky. Got about 2.2 million. Whoa, that's a really nice river for Lucky. Problem is, it's going to be tough for Jerry to call. He has a straight blocker. If I'm lucky, I'm just deciding how much to bet here. I think anything up to about 4 million seems fine. Maybe go a little bit smaller, like 3.8. That's it. I don't think he even counted them. Just trying to look like he's a lot weaker than he is. It wouldn't be absurd for Jerry to call this, you know. He's got a straight blocker. Unlikely his opponent has a 9. They don't do a bet like this with a 5. Busted clubs. Busted straight draws. There's no cure for curiosity, and I'd be very curious if I was Jerry here. Knowing Lucky is capable of bluffing in this spot. Basically going pot size on the river. Betting a lot more than I thought. Well, I said about 4.5 million. He's gone for 7. But he does eventually decide to let it go. Lucky getting a walk. And winning another small one. And Lucky has crossed the 50 million chip mark. He's going to min raise. Jack 7 off suit for Jerry. Going to defend. It's the battle of attrition here. Lucky just wants to keep wearing away at Jerry's stack. Definitely doesn't want to double him up. I know that goes without saying, but it's such a different game. If you let Jerry double up and he's over 60 bigs, if you just keep whittling him down and the blinds go up, etc. Every pot's so crucial, of course, but you can afford then to just keep bullying and applying maximum amount of pressure. And eventually, one of two things happens. Your opponent takes a stand and is wrong. Or they can't hack it and they will get their jacket. Lucky knows how to apply aggression and when to apply, though. Commentated on him many times. Both players with a straight here on the river, so I'd say Jerry will just call. I decides to go for the lot. Does get called. Chop it up, boys. Nice hand for Jerry here on the turn with a pair and a flush draw. Lucky with a straight draw now. But he has no spades or diamonds in his hand. Jerry could bet again. He might just check behind, try realise equity. But if he thinks he can get additional value from a draw, I actually prefer betting. You can get paid by worse. $2.5 million is the bet. I think Lucky might just have to let this one go. DRS wants to see Jerry double up to keep this interesting. Well, I watched an epic 5-hour heads-up battle with Pádraig O'Neill in the EPT Prague last night. So, no stranger to watching lengthy battles take place. Imagine being involved for 5 hours heads-up, playing for €1 million. No deal. €400,000, the difference between first and second. So, it is such a huge part of the game. A lot of people don't study heads-up as well. So much harder to make a hand. DRS says, yeah, he watched the final table too. Very happy for him. He's just a really, really nice guy. One of the quietest, nicest guys I've ever met in Irish poker. He's just such a hard worker as well. You always find the best cash game or the best tournament he could find online. Always eking out value in spots where other players just simply wouldn't find it. For example, if there was loads of cash games running, he would walk around for the guts of an hour before joining a game. He would find exactly the best game he could get into, and he would wait for that seat. Whereas a lot of players would just sit down, just want to get to the action. He's brilliant at finding the maximum EV in every spot. It's very admirable. Got an action flop here. Both players with top pair. Jerry with a better kicker. Straight draws for both. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Jerry ekes out some additional value there on the river. Rookie will call for 1.1 mil. Guess the bad news. And win every hand, Lucky. $122 big blinds plays 42 big blinds. Top pair for Jerry. Lucky with Queen 8 of spades here on the button. Flush draw for Jerry. 2 pair for Lucky. Action flop. Jerry is so stoic. We'll call the 1.3 mil. Runners the 6 of diamonds, giving additional equity to Jerry. Now, if Jerry checks and we're lucky, I would like to bet, and I wouldn't like to bet on the smaller side. I would like to see him bet about 3.5 million here. Close to pot seems fine. $3.8 million is the bet. Yeah, in or around that sizing seems really nice. Jerry does call. Important river coming up. Basically playing for stacks. River is the 4 clubs. That was why I said as well, go for 3.8 million. It would have set up exactly pot on the river. I mean, it's basically the same. It's just 300k more, but that was just in my head. Sometimes I'm very clever. Sometimes I'm a moron. Does take a chunk of chips from Jerry, nonetheless. Jerry been raising with the ace queen, lucky with the same hand, except it's suited. You just see this. Did he just call? No. Of course, he's 3-betting. I can easily see this just going all in. All in and call. That is just going to be a chop. So not much to talk about there. There he takes it out with the King Jack. Ace queen for Jerry. Lucky with the best of it here. Good shot, straight draw. The best of it in terms of that board. Doesn't mean he has the best hand. Jerry is going to call. And Lucky just wants to keep barreling. Maybe not on that card. Although, does have a straight draw now. But with just 2 clubs, he's just going to give up. That's going to be the end of that. Blinds have gone up as well. 250 small blind, 500k the big blind. The 500k running big blind ante, that's 250, 500, 500. This will put significant pressure. He's not in the danger zone by any stretch of the imagination, but it will put more pressure on Jerry playing against that much chips in front of Lucky. You do the maths. Okay, I'll do the maths for you. 26 big blinds for Jerry. Jerry completing on the button of 30 bigs with ace-8 offsuit. Lucky with queen-7. Flop is jack-9-8. Jerry with the best of it. Flop goes check, check. Run is the deuce of clubs. Jerry going for a one big blind bet. And we'll take that one down. DRS is slowly closing the gap. Well, hold on now. Look, he's still playing 100 pigs. So let's see what happens here. I don't know if you're joking, but I couldn't believe how long the heads-up battle went on for last night. It was incredible. So hard to remain patient for that long. Whether you're watching, commentating, and then imagine actually being sitting in the chair playing. These two slowly, like chestnuts roasting slowly on an open fire. And DRS, you weren't here earlier, but this is my last heads-up battle now. I'm off for nearly a month. Annual leave. There's definitely a bit of giddiness in the air, I would say. Mischief will be managed. Perhaps slowly, slowly. Slowly. Look, he takes it down. Up over 50 mil once again. I think Lucky is the more superior of the two. Both would make very worthy champions, don't get me wrong. It's been a hell of an entertaining final table. It's been action-packed. Bid providing endless amounts of entertainment. Nine 5-3 is the flop here. Lucky with a flush draw. And this is an interesting turn card. Gives Jerry a lot of equity. He's got a straight draw and a flush draw now. Lucky with the flush. We could see some chips go in here. You can call me crazy here, but I actually wouldn't think this would be the worst hand to check jam. With a straight blocker and second no flush blocker. Queen of Hearts hits the river. Let me know what you think about that in the chat. Lucky shoves all in. Jerry gets out of the way. It's just really nice blockers. Granted, Lucky flopped or turned the flush, but in general, I think that actually would play well as a check jam on the turn. Jerry showing some form of impatience there by just open ripping on the button. Actually, a profitable jam. Just a lot of bigs. Close to 20. I think it's fine, though. Definitely tough to be in Jerry's shoes here, playing against a guy who has so many big blinds. It's an uphill struggle for sure. Just take it one hand at a time. Lucky might just rip this one. Ray's call it off. Five deuce not going to cut it. Lucky fast approaching 60 million now. Jack 10 of clubs on the button, shoves. Jerry folds. This is what I was talking about. When he gets him from that 34 big blind zone all the way down to 14, it's a different ball game now. Lucky can be a bully here and just keep piling pressure on his opponent. Jerry's turn to take the blinds and antes. Jerry checks his option with the king 5 offsuit. Lucky with the 8-6 offsuit. 6-7 queen. Lucky flopping best. Check it. We will see the turn. Turn is the jack of spades. DRS says cold deck for Jerry. This is the thing. Heads up. It's just such a. It's always whoever has the momentum. It could just shift out of nowhere, though. But Lucky does have 89% of all the chips in play. And it's very disheartening when you're playing against that aggression. You can see it on his face. There's not much he can do. He has to be very happy with how far he's got. Yes, of course you want the title. That competitiveness in you has propelled you to get through a field of 1,316. Just one player to go. Just has to play his stack. He's done so well to get this far. He's got so many play jumps. He secured the ticket. Like, how do you play against someone when they've got that much chips? It's just one hand at a time. All you can do is play your stack size. Don't worry about how much they have. Check. Turn goes check. River is the deuce of spades. But he has him down at almost 10 bigs. The end could be nigh for Jerry. But there might be another twist in this tale. You just don't know with heads up. I hope yous are all hanging tight. We are eventually going to put a ribbon on this thing. Lucky with kings of kings. Lucky time. He is going to limp in. Jerry going to check his option. Does not want to see a queen. Queenie IO, who has the ball? Is she big or is she small? It is a deuce. He does have the bottomest of pairs. If I'm lucky, I might bet one big blind. That's two big blinds. See, for one big blind, it definitely called. For two big blinds, it's a bit of a different story. It's 2/3 pot. But he feels like he's getting ran over too much. He might even just shove this. I honestly don't know. Let's find out. See, I believe he would call for one big. The two bigs just pricing him out. And Jerry going to shove from the button with Jack 4 suited. Lucky doesn't want to start calling with hands like 10-3 of diamonds. NJ asks, I'm not sure why he checks with queen in the big blind, heads up there with 9 bigs. Yeah, he could have just jammed. I see what you're saying. Just decided against it. I think it's fine to just check some of the time and rip the rest of them. Granted, he would have been ripping into kings, but that's not the way we think about poker. Lucky shoves with the 6s. And Jerry forced the fold. It's just so hard to make a hand heads up. That's why when you see coolers heads up, they really are massive coolers. It's so hard to even get a king high or an ace high heads up. So your calling ranges widen significantly. Your jamming ranges widen significantly. A lot of your work is done. You're playing for the title. It is a hefty chunk of change in the difference between first and second, but you've got this far. You can only do so much sometimes. You can't control the weather, as I always say. 9s for Jerry. That's the thing. When you do pick up a hand, it's so unlikely your opponent's going to have a hand. Lucky A7. Shoves it. Jerry lets it go. Eight bigs for the 7-6 offsuit. I'd be inclined to shove this one, or at the very least, complete. You would have ran into the Jeffries. It does feel like it's just a matter of time. The way Lucky is getting hit with the deck and how well he's been playing, and not much Jerry can do. It ain't over till it's over. I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this stage, but you know, just the way heads up is. 5 deuce against the 4-3. Here we go. There he shoves from the button. Look, he calls him off with King 6, and this could be it. It's a 60-40 for Jerry's tournament life. Six, 5-3. That's a really, really good start for Lucky. Or an 8. Or is the King of Hearts. That is going to do it. Ireland, baby, we did it. Jerry, I was out in second place. Lucky is your Dutch Classics main event 2023 Winter Edition champion. That's a wrap for 2023 for me, folks. What a year it's been. I want to thank every single person who chimed in the chat box, good, bad, ugly, or Irish. That's your main event champion for €44,400. Unlucky to second place, taking home €26,500. Thanks to everybody that made this channel so great throughout the year. All your support means the world to the King's production team and myself, Action Man Dan. The biggest shout outs and thank you to all the moderators, Bird today especially, Apocalypse. There's 5 in total. I'm not going to name you all. KM, Apo, and the Donkey. There, I named you all. Without you, my job would be a hell of a lot harder. And your continued dedication does not go unnoticed. I got to go study for this exam tomorrow. Thanks a million for everybody, from everybody for the whole entire year. I'll be back in the new year. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.